Good evening, class. Crypto FOMO is making you broke. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to try to at least. Look, too many of you guys are into cryptocurrency, and I think it's bad for your health. I'm going to be honest. Cryptocurrency is bad for your health. Bad. Brad. We need Brad. By the way, we're still looking for Brad Lacken. By the way, I have not seen him in ages. I'm assuming he's Bard Lutkin, but I don't really know. We're still trying to figure out who the real Brad is. It's been very tough to figure out, folks. Anyway, shall we begin? Round 1, fight. Here we go. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3. Nothing wrong with me, 4. Nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. All right, let's roll. Okay, so yeah, I think crypto FOMO is making you broke. I just profited heavily. I profited frickin' heavily from the downfall of Bitcoin. Bitcoin going down to 90,000 made me profit because what did I do? I did what none of you were willing to do. I bet against it because I don't believe in it. I know it's a Ponzi scheme. Ergo, bet against. Now, I will always be more than happy to bet against Bitcoin. In fact, that is one of the most consistent positions in my portfolio, are my bets against Bitcoin. I love betting against it. Because when something is intrinsically worthless, like Bitcoin, Kemoy Chapman, by the way, what up? My brony baloney brother, my boy, dude. My brony baloney. I just came up with that term recently, brony baloney brothers. You're all my brony balonies, dude. I miss you all. I love you all. 'Cause I need you and I want you crawling underneath my skin. Like the hunger, like the burning, to find the place I've never been. Now I'm broken, and then I'm fading. Juan Carlos Fernandez is wondering if I'm in a crack house. I'm half the man I thought I would be. 67 Kid says, hi, what up, my brony brother? How you doing? We're all brony. You can have what's left of me. Watch my life pass me by. In the rearview mirror, pictures frozen in time. I'll be coming clear. I won't waste another day. All right, here we go. All right, hold on, my brony baloney dildos. What? Who's yelling? What's going on here? Oh no! Oh no! What is happening? I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand. I can't stand the chat. I can't babysit you guys anymore. Okay, I just can't do it. All right. Fuck, I just can't. All right. I just can't. Cause I can't fight this feeling anymore. I've forgotten what I started fighting for. And if I have to crawl upon the floor, come crashing through your door. Baby, I can't fight this feeling anymore. I'm blue, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. I'm blue, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. Cause what's up, my brony baloney brothers? Let's go, everybody, another. Let's roll, my brony baloney brothers. Let's roll, my brony baloney brothers. Let's go. It ain't degrading, man. I love the shit. I ain't doing that face that you want me to do, Corrupt PX. I ain't doing it, yo. I ain't doing it, yo. I ain't doing it, yo. Hell no, I ain't doing it, yo. I ain't doing it, though. I ain't doing it, yo. Hell no, I ain't doing it, yo. I ain't doing it, yo. I ain't doing it, yo. Hell no. Yeah, let's stop right now. Right about now. Funk Show brother, check it out now. Funk Show brother, right about now. Bow now, bow now, bow now. Let's go. Right about now. Funk Show brother. Check it out now. Funk Show brother. Oh. What are we talking about, Shinobi Swag? Look, so crypto FOMO, by the way, cryptocurrency's grifter currency. Like, the one thing that Donald Trump and I disagree with on is crypto. I think crypto is grifto. I'm going to write down a couple things real quick. Crypto is crapto. Crapto. It is used by bad people. Let's put it that way. It's used by bad people. Okay? And look, there are probably good people who use crypto, but not many. It's like people who drive an ice cream truck, right? It's like men who drive an ice cream truck. Chances are, and I think it's a 90 to 95% chance that they are PDFs. And we all know what I mean by that, right? 5% of the time, they're not. I consider 5% of people who use crypto probably to be decent people. 95% of you, though, are probably using it for terrible, terrible things. That's my assumption. It's my opinion, right? I don't have high opinions of cryptocurrency. Now, it's possible for smart people who don't know much about economics to think that crypto is a good idea. It's not. But look, what I'm trying to say. Hey, look, I have Mike. Hey, Mike is making stuff. Look, I don't mind. I get super chats and I take that money and I trade that money for investments, real investments, right? Yes, this couldn't be better, Mike. Absolutely. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I'm still right about intrinsic value versus perceptual value. Perceptual value is a level of if you live your entire world by simply perceptual value, you're probably a narcissist. 2, like a high grade. I think everybody's a narcissist to some degree, but you're like a high grade narcissist if perceptual value is the only thing you measure value in. Look, there are multiple ways to measure value. Intrinsic value. How useful is it? What can it do? Not just utility, not just usefulness, but actual utility. What does it do that makes it valuable? Gold, I can list off several reasons why it is naturally valuable. Cryptocurrency, I can't give you a single frickin' reason. I can give you reasons why it sucks ass. Slow transaction times, waste of energy. Hey, look, at the end of the day, first off, okay, well, Mike is making stuff. You say that what I'm doing is chasing perceived value, then why the hell are you on here? Tell me, aren't you chasing some sort of perceived value as well, or are you trying to analyze what I'm trying to do? Look, I love frosting. I'm obsessed with frosting, okay? I is cake, all right? But look, I think cryptocurrency sucks. Anything that has, if you can only measure it by its perceived value and not by anything intrinsic, that sucks. Cryptocurrency blows. Because that's all it has is perceptual value. And because that's all it has, it really equates to nothing. In the end, crypto is crapto, is what I'm trying to get at. Crypto is grifto. Do you hear what I'm saying? I don't think anybody hears what I'm saying. Mike, I appreciate you. Mike is making stuff. I appreciate your analysis, believe it or not. But I don't agree with it. I think it's, look, am I chasing perceived value? Yes. Am I chasing the dollar for the moment? Yes. Do I like it when I get super chats? Absolutely. But then I take that money, I invest that money. I invest. I am a value investor. I chase intrinsic value, not perceived value. I want to chase what is actually universally valuable. Not just to me, but to others, right? Not just by perception, but based on usefulness, utility. Does it have a universal cause to it? A need, a desire. It just can't be perceived. I can't just look at something and say that's valuable. There needs to be an underlying reason why it's valuable. Be chipper, dude. My stock picks are not like meant to be 10x stocks. Kemoy Chapman, what's up, my brony? I love you, boy. I love you, Kemoy. We all love our boy, Kemoy. I want to give Kemoy Chapman the greatest shout out of all time because Kemoy is my boy, dude. My boy, Kemoy. Let's go. I think we can all say without a doubt that we love our boy Kemoy. Heyo, give a like if you guys love Kemoy Chapman. Kemoy Chapman. It's nice to see that Kemoy is doing well. This is of all I teach, Kemoy. This is amazing. Mike, what you teach, I still don't understand. Look, you're just teaching that perceived value is all that matters. There's more to value than just your simple, stupid perception. Like, here's the thing. I'll give you an example. The laws of physics, right? Mike is making stuff. I'm going to give you a bit of a thought experiment here. The laws of physics. Gravity. Can I, if I say that gravity doesn't exist, does it suddenly shut off? If I say gravity does exist, does it suddenly come on? No. It is as it is. It doesn't matter about the way I look. What matters is what I'm trying to say. All you care about, Mike, is image. You care about surface level. You don't care about the depth. All you see is a man with blue frosting on his face. But what you don't see is that somebody's making a point, right? I'm making a point. And what I'm trying to say is that your analysis of perceptual value, you're saying that perceptual value is the only thing that matters, has got to be the most incorrect, narcissistic statement I've ever heard. I was actually thinking about it the other day, and I thought, dude, I think that this Mike is making stuff guy doesn't actually understand value. I firmly believe that you don't understand value. I think that perceived value does exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it is not the only thing in the equation. There is more to the equation than just perceptual value. There is intrinsic value. Why is it valuable? Not why do you think it's valuable? I don't really give a shit what you think. All I want to know is why it's valuable. What makes it useful? What makes it valuable? What makes it worth having? There's a lot of things that factor into value. I've been watching too many shorts teaching you, but dude, hold on. Mike, I am going deeper than you are going deeper, okay? I don't know if you're trolling my ass. You're the one using buzzwords, by the way. You're the one who's saying that that value is perception and that's it. I'm going deeper than where you're going. All right? I am going far deeper than you. Stocks are proof of ownership. If you invest in stocks, you have ownership in the company, even if it's small. Ownership is ownership. If I buy one share of Visa, corporation. I'm an owner in Visa. A very small owner, but I'm still an owner. I get dividends. The value of my shares increase over time because I'm an owner. Stock buybacks are real. What I'm trying to say is that there are several things that make stocks worthwhile. Ownership. How about this, Mike? Mike, do you own any companies? Do you have a brand? Do you own any companies? Do you have a company that produces something? I'm trying to get into your head. I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to get into your head in a bad way. I'm trying to understand your brain. I'm trying to understand why you think what you think. I'm more curious. I don't get me wrong. I am dissing what you're thinking, but I am more curious than wanting to diss. I want to roast it a bit, but I want to understand it too. Okay. Well, okay, Mike, tell me. That's why you don't own one company. That's why diversification exists. If Visa were to go bankrupt, in my portfolio, it doesn't matter if Visa goes bankrupt. I own several companies. I'm exposed to several different companies. Now, not only that, I'm exposed to commodities like gold and silver. I'm exposed to bonds. Not saying they're perfect, but they do have some form of intrinsic value. I can at least explain why they're valuable, right? That's what matters. Can you explain to me why certain things are valuable? Like besides perception, besides everybody thinks they're valuable. No, not thinks. Why? Why is something valuable? Why is gold valuable? Why is silver valuable? Why is Coca-Cola stock valuable? It's valuable because ownership is a valuable thing too. The company's valuable, and if you're an owner in a company, that's valuable too. No, I'm curious though. Do you yourself, when the system stops, what do I have? Well, I got whatever skills I've accumulated over time, and I've got my gold and my silver. I don't really have that much gold and silver though. Look, if society collapses, we all have nothing at the end of the day. But while I'm here, while I'm doing something, I'm going to invest because I don't want to be a worker slave for the rest of my life. And I'm, at this point, not really one. Look, the goal here at this point is just to invest. All right, Mike, how about this? Mike? What should, in all of your wisdom, what do you have what do you have then? I mean, you probably got some skills, don't get me wrong. You probably have some knowledge, some experiences and I probably have knowledge and experience that you don't have that is valuable, that's useful. You can even measure the intrinsic value of a human being, surprisingly. All right, well, okay, how about this, Mike? What are your skills? If you're willing to go deep into this, what are your skills? What are your talents? What's your ability to endure? What are your skills? And would those skills matter if society collapses? Do you have good survival skills, for example? And don't make anything up. Be truthful. I'm looking for sincerity more than anything. But yeah, no, here's the thing, man. There's nothing wrong with investing into things. Investing is a good thing. And look, yeah, and that's why I always try to educate myself and gain new skills every day. You never know. But at the end of the day, I don't think the world is going to necessarily crumble. But one of the reasons why rich people stay rich and poor people stay poor, rich people are willing to invest and hold on to their assets, whereas poor people don't invest and just spend all their money. Okay, you say probably. What do you mean by that? Do you have all those skills or are you learning those skills? Okay, so you have all of these skills, right? That's good. That's fantastic. It's good that you have those. I have a few of those skills myself. But, well, to most degrees. Let's just say I'm a jack of not a few trades, but I've learned a few things over time. I have enough survival skills to make things all right. I wouldn't say perfect, but yeah, okay amount. Now, I study survival, But no, I still don't understand. So do you have any investments then? So Mike is making stuff. Do you have investments? Yeah, they're great skills. That's fantastic. But do you have any investments besides your skills? Because here's the thing. You'll just be working your whole life. So you don't have like any gold, silver, you don't even have stocks? Nothing? What about at least bullets? Something. At least bullets can be valuable. Look, your skills are great. That's fine. But like, you don't have any like investments that give you any sort of passive income or anything? I mean, dude, you seem like you got kind of I mean, you go on YouTube, it looks like. I'm actually checking out your channel right now. I mean, it's cool that you do all these things, by the way. Well, I don't understand then. Why the hell are you on this channel then? I mean, your skills are valuable, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I mean, you don't... Look, if you're not making money while you sleep, you're just going to be a slave the rest of your life. If you're not making some form of income while you're sleeping. Oh, look, I'm in the system and I'm out of it. You having a YouTube channel just makes you just as much of this in the system, Mike. Aren't you being a little hypocritical? I looked at your channel. You have a channel with at least 1,000 subscribers, and you're a part of the system too, by the way. No, here's the thing, Mike. You're in the system, though. What I'm trying to say is, dude, you're just in the system as much as I am. If you have a YouTube channel and you're making videos on YouTube, you're just as part of the system, is what I'm trying to get at. And look, I'm in the system and I'm out of it. I think you can be, by the way, I don't believe in contradictions. To a degree, I don't. There are some obvious contradictions in reality. But for the most part, I believe that I can be in the system and out of it. Not at the same time, but I can fluctuate between the two. I can learn my skills that I need to learn. And then I can I can learn the skills I got to learn outside of the system as well. I have both. I have skills that I've accumulated, and I also have skills that pertain to this stuff too. So I have skills that work with the system and skills that work outside of the system. Believe me, I've thought about this pretty deeply too. Let's see. My channel is for one reason: to create and achieve for my sons and those I leave behind. Yeah, let's see. Period. Yeah, and look. Here's the thing, man. Hopefully society doesn't collapse. If it does, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, like, the thing is, income, look, for me overall, income has been the outcome. and I've done a very good job of having, being an owner in several different things, and it's worked for me, man. Kimoy says, this is weird because I'm subbed to both of you guys. So, Kimoy, you're subbed to Mike is Making Stuff, and you're also subbed to me? Hell yeah, dude. What a beast, dude. But no, I honestly, here's the thing. By the way, I know I come off pretty strong. Mike is Making Stuff. I come off pretty strong sometimes. And it's because I get a little intense. I'll admit it. So I want to apologize for any intensity. I look like a bit of a maniac when I look a little intense. But yeah, no, I honestly think that, I think it's great that you're teaching people stuff on YouTube and things like that. I'll have to check out more of your channel, by the way. I bet I could learn a few skills from what you have on there. Well, Mike, I don't think you've put Kimoy in a tough spot. Kimoy can love both of our channels. I don't necessarily, by the way, I don't necessarily dislike this Mike guy. I come across a little strong, obviously. I just think that, I don't know, I just think there's a little bit of hypocrisy on just a couple things. But outside of it, though, pretty sure you're a good dude. Oh, bench from pallets? Fuck yeah, dude. And here's the thing, man. Like I said, I believe that I could be in the system and out of the system at the same time. The thing is, I'm not fully engrossed into the system. I'm in the system, but not fully engrossed, if that makes any sense. But I look really cute, though. I am so cute. Well, no, I mean, I tell me nothing, that's my take. Huh. All right. Look, I think it's good to think for yourself, by the way. But I think that, I don't know. I just, it's a tough call on that one. Tough call. But either way, I want to talk about, going back to crypto, though, speaking of the system. Crypto is crapto. I want to say that right now. Cryptocurrency, we're talking about how crypto FOMO, I think, makes people poor. Because they see cryptocurrencies going up, they think they got to be in it. Which is ridiculous, by the way. You don't need to be into crypto. Because crypto is crapto. Yeah, you name it. You got it. Cuban crisis. I am not discussing queefs with you. I'm tempted to. I'm tempted to talk about the art of the queef. You know, Mike, I'm not gonna lie. Have you ever watched the Big Short? This is a message to Mike is Making Stuff. If you ever watched the Big Short, there's a character in there played by my boy Brad Pitt. In a weird way, you kind of remind me of him, right? He was into Wall Street. He was in the game for far too long, and he decided. And what did he decide to do? I'm trying to remember. He kind of went off grid for the most part and decided it was best to not be in that world. You kind of remind me of that character, and it's actually kind of a good thing. I think it's good to question the systems that are in place. I really do. And by the way, Samuel, I want to thank you for those 100s, by the way. I appreciate those 100 gifts. That was awesome. It was very sexy. I'm going to shout you out real quick. Samuel just comboed 5 100s. Hell yeah. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I don't think Brad Pitt had a blue face, but he could have. He could have chose to take that direction with the film. He could have chose to do Blueface. I think that would have been tight. No, and like I said, yeah, I see where you're coming from. I can't predict the future, obviously. But, with the way, I don't know. There definitely feels like there's a lot of pessimism out there in the world. I do think we're building towards a better future. I really do. I do think that the technological age that we're building is much better than people realize. The whole AI revolution, I'm not against that, by the way. I think the AI revolution is very fascinating, and I think it's going to open up a lot of doors. Hopefully. Travis C. saying I think we're all a little gay, we're all happy. Oh, yeah. Well, AI is a tool, obviously, but it's interesting, too, because what if we use AI as a medical think tank or to help create key inventions in reality? If we can make AI understand how reality works a little bit better, I firmly believe that we will see a revolution unlike anything you'll ever see. But I think that AI can be used as a bit of a think tank. That's my philosophy. Dog Eat Dog says, Gaza. What up, Dog Eat Dog? My boy, dude. Dog Eat Dog is saying that I missed a spot. Bullshit. I probably did, bud. Hey, Dog Eat Dog, make sure you give the stream a like, by the way. Don't forget to like the stream, my boy. Everybody, if you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button on the stream. It really pushes the channel and the stream out to more people. We're trying to get the word out. We're trying to get the turd out, and we're trying to get the word out. Subscribe and simp-scribe. So make sure you hit the subscribe button in the top right-hand corner. And if you could, also hit the like button as well. Thank you, Dog Eat Dog, my boy, dude. I love you, Dog Eat Dog. You're the man, Dog Eat Dog. I appreciate you, my brony brother. Hells to the yeah. My brony balonies. We've got so many brony brothers on here, man. Yeah. Dog Eat Dog says, same pen my company uses. Hell yeah, dude. SSK, make sure you guys subscribe to SSK D1 for sending a 100. Thank you for the 100, my brony brother. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I just got 2 jewels. The jewels! The jewels! Oh my god! Well, doesn't AI also have the ability to learn new things? It has the ability to take in information. Not only learn, but maybe even create. It seems they've given AI the ability to be creative with the information that it has, correct? To some degree, right? Because if something has the ability to learn, I wouldn't say it's conscious or sentient by any means, but if it may have abilities that we may not realize. Mike is making stuff, says, do gifts have leverage on here? Sure. I mean, it's realized to be what it is, a construct that means only what the participants give it credence for. Interesting. You know, look, here's the thing, Mike. Thank you for the jewels, by the way. Holy crap. He's going to break a record here in a second, bro. Holy crap. Thank you for the jewels, my brony brother. Oh, yeah. He's he's comboed for 78, 82. He's breaking records, dude. Mike is making stuff, is slaughtering records right now. Holy crap. But yeah, I mean, on to the AI part real quick. I mean, thank you for those hundreds, by the way, dude. That's incredible. Holy smokes. Sure. I mean, thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Dog Eat Dog did send a floating heart and another floating heart. Thank you. But yeah, so, okay. Thank you, Mike, is making stuff for the combination, man. I appreciate it big time. Real quick, I want to say this. So, with AI, money is fruitless, man. No, look, I trade in my dollars. Any dollars that I get from this, I trade it in for investments. Stocks, bonds, gold, silver, you name it. And look, as I invest, I still try to invest in myself by learning new skills. I'm consistently learning new skills that give me an advantage as best as I can. Thank you, though. Dog Eat Dog, thank you for the floating heart, my brony brother. 10 jewels. Oh, my God. Thank you for another floating heart. I appreciate it. Dog Eat Dog is just serenading me right now. Dog Eat Dog loves me, dude. Thank you. Oh, my God. Another floating heart from Dog Eat Dog. Well, another one. Dude, Dog Eat Dog is my boo, dude. Dog Eat Dog loves me. Oh, dude. No, more floating hearts from Dog Eat Dog, dude. Comboed. How many combos? 20 floating hearts from my dog. Dog Eat Dog. Let's go. Thank you. Mike is making stuff, says, know what I do with what I make, not to give you shit. Yeah. I don't know, man. Thank you. Thank you, Audris Savickas. Make sure you guys subscribe to my boy Audris Savickas for sending a clapping seal. I look like a clapping seal, by the way. But I appreciate that for the 250 jewels, my brony brother. That is awesome and very sexy. And thank you, Dog Eat Dog. You the man now, dog. You're the man now, dog, for actually sending me those floating hearts. My brony brother, Dog Eat Dog. Shout out. Also, can we give a shout out to my boy Mike is making stuff. He also sent me some 100 gifts. Appreciate it big time. I like to give shout outs, man. I appreciate any little virtual gifts, dude. I just appreciate people doing that. It's very kind. Whoa, dude. Mike is making stuff, is sending tons of floating hearts. I appreciate that, my brony brother. Oh, damn, dude. Dude, I'm getting I'm getting serenaded. Thank you for these floating hearts, my brony. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What? Oh, shit, dude. I'm in love with Mike is making stuff, by the way. Dude, I feel like a sugar baby right now. Am I a sugar baby, you guys? I feel like a sugar baby. Oh my God, Mike is making stuff just comboed 50 floating hearts. Make sure you guys subscribe, by the way, to Mike is making stuff. By the way, he's a very fun person to what do you call it? Debate with. Your ideas are interesting to me. I'm still not in agreement. I'm trying to understand the whole perception. I understand perceptual value. I still believe there is more to value than just perception, though. I'm still gonna. I'm not gonna die on that hill. But I feel Mike is making stuff. Says money is stupid. Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you. I get it. I see where you're coming from, man. Mike is making stuff. I totally get it. But, like... hold on. Like, I really legitimately see where you're coming from. But at the same time, I take the cash that I get, I put it towards investments that'll appreciate over time, appreciate in value. And yeah, I think cash flow is the king. And look... when we stop, I still think assets are the real money. I do believe save your assets, not your money. Learn as many skills as you can. I completely agree with that, by the way. Survival skills, just in case things happen. And I think it's good to learn how to fight, too, as well. Dog Eat Dog says, Mike, Bitcoin is better than money for real. I don't love Bitcoin, Dog Eat Dog. Don't put that poison on me, bro. Don't put that poison on me. But again, Mike is making stuff. Thank you so much for those floating hearts, by the way. Those are pretty tight. Oh. Yeah, I get my money from a variety of skills too. For instance, I'm good at making YouTube videos for the most part that are somewhat educational. I like to interact with people. I do a live show. But, there's skills that I have that don't make me any money. Survival skills don't always make you money. They make you feel secure. They will make you secure if things go to shit, sure. Survival skills are needed. Absolutely. Hey, skills, I think, it's good to invest in yourself. I always say invest in yourself first. But also, while you're investing in yourself, find other investments. Look, if you can have cash flow while you're sleeping, that gives you more time to do the other things that you need to do, or the things that you want to do. Dog Eat Dog is laughing. Kimoy says Garza loves Bitcoin. My boy Kimoy, man. Well, any money you want to give me, Mike is making stuff. I appreciate it. I don't really... First off, it's not money anymore. It's currency because the dollar is not backed by anything, so it is currency straight up. So, whatever people want to give me, man. But yeah, I invest like a maniac, man. Stocks are my primary investment. I love stocks. I'm very diversified, and I love it. Yeah, no, it's good to learn survival skills. It's good to learn skills that'll give you an advantage in this life, for sure. So, Cole Lar is asking, you heard what Gabe Owners has been doing. No, what has Gabe Owners been doing? Yeah, but while I'm getting skills, I'm also doing other things. I'm also investing.
I had no idea I was meeting you, or I would have been a little more discreet. But when I saw the rear,
One moment. I'm watching a video my girlfriend sent me. One moment. All right, sorry about that, you guys. I mean, I do have brokerage accounts. I don't think the entire system's totally screwed. I just don't. I don't know, man. I still love investing, Mike. Mike, I love investing. I know it's the right thing to do. And look, if things go to shit, they go to shit. I still learn things. I still make sure I'm on the right path. And I make sure that I have as many skills as I possibly can. Luckily, I'm good with computers. If the internet goes down, people will want to still probably use their computers to do computations, and I'll be there to help them out with their computers. Doggy Dog says Garza is Cyber Christ. Accept him. Receive him. Oh, no. Matt says Elon Musk is my overlord. Oh, these are fantastic, man. Incredible, man. Incredible. Dog Eat Dog is wondering what the hell this emoji is, and honestly, I don't want to know. It's very suspect, by the way. That might be the most sus emoji I've ever seen. I don't trust it. Woo! Hey, crocheting's pretty cool. It's a good little, hey, crocheting's a good thing to learn. Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good, brother. Honestly, Mike, I do appreciate understanding you on a deeper level. I really do. So, getting to know you a little bit better, I like to go into people's minds and understand why they do what they do. And you've explained pretty well, in my opinion, why you do what you do. I think it's cool. Dog Eat Dog says Mike is making stuff heavy. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Michael Donaldson says, shit, you were normal yesterday. Well, tonight I'm getting a little freaky. I did do the basketball stuff. Well, I appreciate you giving us the warning, though. I think we all need a bit of a warning these days, it feels like. So, I appreciate that big time, man. Who won? So Ants ended up winning the game of horse and the game of live as well. No, I think I won the live game. So we did live and we did horse. I won live. I think I won live. I can't remember if I did, to be honest. But Ants did win. I won one game out of 3 in horse. Barely, by the way. I should have won the first game because I had a significant lead against him. I blew that. I blew it hard. Third game, Ants just totally destroyed my butthole on the third game. Mike is making stuff, says, I feel like I became the biggest damn troll. Hey, sometimes, hey, man, I'm glad to have a good conversation with you, man. Hey, trolling is fun. Trolling is fun. I'll admit it. I get addicted to trolling myself. So, and when a troll can out-troll a troll, that's impressive. I think you've done that. You've done that, bro. Michael Donaldson says, Ants is a badass at three-pointers. Abso-freaking-lutely, dude. There are times when I'm going up against him, I can't stop him. Like, I just can't find a significant way to stop the man in his ability to shoot. So he really is one of the best shooting. Just he's so good at shooting the three. I can't stop him. Dog Eat Dog says, lol. Blue Nose Pity says, hi, what up, dude? Dog Eat Dog says, you ain't lying, though, Mike. Money. Oh, I don't know. Chill Toad 666. What up, dude? Thank you for the Sunday, the 100 joules. Woo! Sunday, yum, yum. Sunday, yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Oh, Sunday, yum, yum. Sunday, yum, yum. Sunday, yum, yum. Oh, yeah. I feel good. Da-na-da-na-da-da-da. I knew that I would. Dog Eat Dog says, that is why I effing love Garza. Thank you, my brony brother. I appreciate it. My name is Jeff, has 0 viewers. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, look. I know, I look weird. I look strange. People are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're alone, women seem wicked. When you're unwanted, when you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange. Dun, 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 dun. Chill Toad 666 says, win Brony Brothers. Yeah. Mr. Donaldson in the house. Blue Nose Pity says, why didn't you paint your nose today? I find that, honestly, analytically speaking, I find that when the nose is painted, it actually doesn't keep people around. So I just kind of keep it off the nose. Oh, by the way, my rice and my eggs are done, I think. Just to ensure the eggs are cooked fully. I actually am keeping it on keep warm for a bit on the aroma rice cooker. Blue Nose Pity says, interesting fact. Dog Eat Dog says, the Doors, I'm impressed. You usually sing about sucking dudes or... True. Mike is making stuff, says Jesus is this moment when he does some silly I guess a little bit. Dog Eat Dog says this is when he takes a piss in the sink. Real talk, he streams on stream. Oh, no. I'm not pissing in the sink, I swear. I refuse. Mike is making stuff. I refuse. People on my channel tell me to appease the algorithm deity, but I have to stay legit. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to, whatever gets attention. See, I like attention. I'm an attention-starved young man. Nah, it's fun. I also love trolling, and this is my way of trolling. I also just know that people stay for the ride. People stay for the ride, man. But yeah, I think crypto is crapto, by the way. That's like the one thing that I think gambling is bad for you. Like, I think cryptocurrencies are gambling straight up, and I just think that unless you have a methodology of winning, like if you have a way of winning, okay, fine. But if you don't, and you're guessing, and you don't know how you're going to win, and you keep losing, it's cryptocurrencies, the reason it's so volatile is because nobody can ever pinpoint what it's actually worth. You can't really measure its value. That's why eventually anything with an intrinsic value of zero must go to zero. That's my philosophy. I'm still going to keep talking about my investment stuff just because this is what the channel is really about for the most part. But No. This is my mask. This is my makeup. Thank you, Mike is making stuff. Get your rest, my brother. Get yo rest, my man. I appreciate you chilling out on the stream, though. And I appreciate the... I love the back and forth, my brony brother. I appreciate it, man. All right, you guys. Time to stay sexy. This is not financial advice. This is just for educational and entertainment purposes only, not financial advice. So Dog eat dog. Dog eat dog just subbed to Mike is making stuff. Heck yeah, dude. My brony baloney brothers. Hell yeah, dude. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Also, make sure that you like the stream. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. And keeps me feeling hot. I am very sexy. Thank you, Dog Eat Dog. You're the man now, dog. You're the man now, dog. Hell yeah. Thank you, Mike. You're the man. You're the man, too. Make sure you guys subscribe to Mike is Making Stuff. Interesting fella. He's got a very keen mind. I like it. Nate Dogg says he gets all his frosted. Oh, no, you don't. Not financial advice. Not my Pop-Tart. Not financial advice. For educational and entertainment purposes only. Look, Nathan, why do you gotta do that to me, man? Not your Pop-Tart. Hell yeah. Not enough frosting on your Pop-Tart. Just wipe it on your forehead. That's true. It's very accurate, by the way. I hope everybody's having a good night. I cooked some rice in my rice cooker, cracked a couple eggs in there. So that way, I'm making sure the eggs are fully cooked. So I'm doing it on a couple cycles real quick. I didn't microwave it or anything. I just put it on white rice for a little bit, on the white rice setting for because I put it on the white rice setting originally. There's jasmine rice in there, and there's the eggs. I mixed the eggs into the rice itself, stirred it, let it do its thing. It should be fully cooked here in a bit, but we'll see. We'll see what up. That's not bad. Nate Dogg says head roll. Oh, God. Yep, not enough frosting on the Pop Tarts. Doggy Dog, Blue Nose Pity, and Nate Dog are. So we got 3 dogs in the house. We got Nate Dog, we got Doggy Dog, we got Blue Nose Pity. Nate Dog is saying head rolls, fatty head rolls. Oh my! The eyes. Dude, we need Brad Latkin back on this channel. Kitty Gamer sent a floating heart. Yum yum for 10 jewels. Thank you for the floating heart for the 10 jewels, by the way. Kitty Gamer, appreciate it. Give me a heart. How do I make the heart right? I'm going to give you a real heart here. There we go. Thank you, Kitty Gamer. I appreciate that, my brony brother. So many brony brothers out here just making the show better. Now, by the way, we dog on crypto a lot. This is what this particular live video is about. We're dogging on crypto. We're dogging on crypto. Crypto is grifto. It's gambling. I don't want you guys to be I don't want you guys gambling. I think gambling's stupid. It's dumb. And look, when something has no intrinsic value, I'm trying to warn the youth. I'm trying to warn the youth to stop being degenerate gamblers, okay? It's okay to be a long-term investor. It's okay to be a diversified investor at that. Look, investing is important in my mind. Intrinsic value matters. And it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Antoine says, the Mac Attack. What up, my brony brother? Make sure you subscribe to my boy Antoine. Little does Antoine know that I have the chat logs and the shot logs. Honestly, Antoine beat me in horse yesterday. It sucked when we were playing a game of horse at night. He won 2 games out of 3. I got lucky in 1-1. The first game I choked. I had a 4-letter lead. I had a 4-letter lead over Ants. I choked. Ants came back and won it. So yeah, it was really fun though. It was very fun to do it. I choked though. I choked the first game. I did come back and redeem myself the second game, but I failed in the third game. But Ants had the greatest comeback in horse history. Greatest comeback in horse history, straight up. But yeah, nothing much, man. I got the frosting on my face, and just chilling, man. Dude, that was pretty fun, man. Dude, Anthony, that light is seriously golden, man. It helps out a lot, especially with playing at night, man. Kitty Gamer, happy poop, yum yum. Thank you so much for the happy poops. Happy poop. Happy poop. Happy poop, yes. Oh my god. So much happy poops. Happy poop, yum yum, dude. Happy poop, yum yum, happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, happy poop. Yeah, dude, the light you brought, man, is just unbelievable. I just want to let everybody know that Antoine has this really dope ass light, and it is pretty pimp, by the way. I would recommend anybody. He got it from TikTok, and I know it's on the TikTok shop. I don't know if there's any comparable comparisons, but yeah, if you guys get bored, check out Antoine's TikTok as well. Anthony, I don't remember what your alias is on TikTok, but if you can, let the people know how to find your channel on TikTok or on YouTube, of course. You can advertise both of the YouTube. You just let people know your YouTube and your TikTok if you feel like it. You could put them in the chat. You could just put like at whatever your because I want people to subscribe to your TikTok and to your YouTubes. One moment. All right, I want to show you guys this dish. You guys see the dish? This is rice, eggs, a little bit of cheese. I got little cheese slices on here. I just kind of took a slice of cheese and put it. There we go. Yeah, look at that. There we go. Happy poop, happy poop. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop. All right, so I'm going to be eating some rice. Rice and eggs. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anthony E541 is Antoine's TikTok. And thank you for the happy poop earlier, Kitty Gamer. I appreciate it. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop. No. I'm not going to answer that one, freebasing. I ain't going to do it, dude. I ain't going to do that. I'm not going to answer that question. So effing good. That's the best, dude. So good. Thank you guys for liking the stream and subscribing. I appreciate all the new subscribers as well. It's crazy how many subscribers we're getting, man. Oh, thank you, Samantha. I appreciate it. I do have a very, very certain type of voice, a particular set of skills. No, I appreciate it, though. Yeah, no, I do. I was thinking about getting into, like, color commentating, something like that. Eventually, we'll see where time goes. We'll see where the time goes. This is so freaking good. His voice and content is ass. I appreciate that, my brony brother. Dude, I'm loving these. I'm loving the comment section right now. I'm loving the live comments. You guys are killing me, man. You guys are killing me with these live comments. I'm loving it. You guys are grilling me the way I need to be grilled. You gotta just, do what you gotta do. Rice and egg. Rice and egg is the simplest most affordable, yet the best. I just love rice, eggs, and cheese, man. That's all I need. Rice, egg, and cheese, baby. Mm. Mm. Whoa. Oh. Ah. Oh, yeah. Mm. Mm. Hmm. It's amazing, dude. This is so good. I don't know who Zaid Garcia is. I have no idea who that is, dude. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, hit the like button as well. The more likes and the more simps we have, the better. It helps the channel grow. All right, so we're eating the rest of the, there we go, eating the rest of this here. Eggs and rice. Very nice. Mmm. I am handsome. I'm a handsome boy, dude. I'm a handsome man, dude. I'm handsome. Here we go. I love overcooking the eggs. It's another thing I like to do. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, overcooking the eggs is the best part. I see there's a lot of people in the chat. Sorry, I'm ignoring. I'm trying not to ignore you guys. Are you guys cool with watching me eat, by the way? Sam Braham says, I am very straight, but honestly, some guys like Garza make me question it sometimes. Hey, I get it, man. Maybe I'm turning straight men. Am I turning straight men gay? I don't know. Is that the case? Am I turning straight men gay? Or were they always gay? I don't know. That's a good question. Cheers. Very good. I do have blue eyes, man. I'll stare at you guys for a bit. No. Stop it, Tim. Stop it. Don't say that. Please don't. No. I love Grant Cardone. I like legitimately love Grant Cardone. If he's a Bitcoin man, I'll still love him. But I'm sad if he's a Bitcoin guy. It says real estate mogul Grant Cardone has become a significant investor in Bitcoin, developing a unique hybrid investment strategy where cash flow from real estate is used to purchase the cryptocurrency. He views Bitcoin as a money multiplier and a superior store of value to fiat currency. Stop it. No, Grant, don't do. No, here's the thing, Grant. This is pissing me off. Because Grant Cardone, right? He should know that Bitcoin is just as worthless as the dollar. The only reason he's promoting it is because he thinks enough morons are going to get into Bitcoin. So he could pump up the value of Bitcoin legally without any repercussions and then sell off his position for a massive profit because a lot of people FOMO into this shit. Also, by the way, I made significant profits using the SBIT, by the way. Sam Bram says, and Garza is a Gaza supporter. I'm not a Gaza supporter, dude. What are you talking about, bro? What are we talking about here, dude? What is happening? I've lost the chat, dude. I've lost the chat. Oh, yeah. Right there. Oh. I can't believe Grant Cardone is a Bitcoin shill. That really makes me sad, Tim. Why did you have to break my heart? Tim Smith just broke my heart by letting me know that Grant Cardone is a Bitcoin shill. It hurts. How can I don't understand anymore. Life doesn't make any sense. Bitcoin, my ClickCoin. But yep, eating the eggs and the rice. Honestly, this is really good. And another thing is, and I'm very plain with my diet. I don't put any extra stuff on here. Sometimes I'll put hot sauce in here. Actually, that's what I realized I'm missing. Hold on. Yeah. I just want to let you know that this is the Michael Garza Show, and we we do a lot of things here on the Garza Show. This is Michael Garza here. I'm mild sauce here. It's so effing good, dude. I am eating healthy, dude. I'm eating eggs and I'm eating rice. I'm eating rice and eggs, dude. That's pretty damn healthy if you ask me. Don't tell me eggs are bad for me, dude. Eggs are incredible. Eggs are incredible. Thank you, my brony baloney brothers. Here we go. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. All right. Cheers. Cheers. Here we go. Here we go. I look like Solid Snake. Colonel, can you hear me? I could read you, Snake. What's the situation? Colonel, I think the chat is doing some things to my mussy. So what the hell are you waiting for? So good. You know, I just want to let you guys know this is not, I'm not AI. I'm as real as your so-called life gets. Okay, the food, okay. This is, okay, so I'm using mild sauce from Taco Bell. I put the mild sauce on the rice in the eggs, and I'm eating hard. Looks pretty delicious to me. ChatGPT, can you please tell me what we're doing here today? ChatGPT, will you be with me? ChatGPT, will you be my AI boyfriend? ChatGPT, will you be my AI boyfriend? Yo, ChatGPT, will you be my AI boyfriend? Oh no. ChatGPT, will you be my AI boyfriend? Yo, Just Random Steph. Make sure you guys subscribe to Just Random Steph. Sent a makeup brush for 6 jewels. Thank you for the makeup brush. Yum, yum. Makeup brush. Yum, yum. Dude, Michael Donaldson says, I'm definitely not following any financial advice from someone with a recipe like that. I never said I was an expert in food. I will say I am a pretty damn good investor. I'm not a financial advisor, though. Talk to a financial advisor. Not financial advice ever. This is for educational entertainment purposes only. Thank you. But, yeah. Thank you for the gift, Just Random Steph. I appreciate the makeup brush. You are making me look beautiful, Random Steph. Appreciate you, my brony brother or sister, whatever. Thank you. I appreciate it. I found out I'm one of the most popular live streamers on YouTube. I can't believe it. I'm one of the most popular live streamers on YouTube, dude. How did this happen? How did it come to this? How did it ever come to this? Just Random Steph says, lol, I'm a girl. Thank you, Random Steph. I appreciate it. So I can't give advice, but I do this for educational education and entertainment purposes only, not financial advice. I do recommend that people talk to a financial advisor. I just like to let people know my experience in investing. Like, for instance, I love swing trading diversified ETFs, and I love holding other things long term. But, for instance, I swing trade the VT, but while I swing trade the VT, it's only 20% of my portfolio. The rest of my portfolio is strictly buy and hold. Buy and hold, never sell, but that's about it. How did it come to this? Thank you, Just Random Steph. I appreciate it. How did it ever come to this? Just the other day, somebody said to me, hey, maybe you're just slightly schizophrenic and a little out of reach, my friend. I said, yes, it's partly true, but jokes aside, I can't explain. It's just my way of compartmentalizing living on this planet now. Have you turned on your TV? Have you seen reality? Have you found the program that you spend your whole life looking for? Yeah, man, thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. Brony brother, it's okay if you love me, bro. I appreciate it. Michael Donaldson says Garza loves Bitcoin. No, Donaldson, no. No, I don't love Bitcoin, my brony brother. I'm not a Bitcoiner, dude. I don't believe in... No, Michael Donaldson, you stop that right now, bro. You stop that right now, bro. Stop. It's been a long road. Getting into Bitcoin now. I am a huge chode. But my Bitcoin's super gay. Anyway, and I could see the dream come alive and alive. I will touch the sky. I'm trying to eat, you guys. I'm trying to sing Faith of the Heart and eat. Michael Donaldson says, just yesterday you were a normal dude shooting hoops. Now look at you. That's what the game of basketball does to people, man. That's what the game of basketball does to people, bro. Michael Donaldson. Michael Donaldson. Hey, just random stuff. You know, instead of looking into investments, look, start investing. I will tell you this. It's pretty easy to get a brokerage account. Robinhood, Charles Schwab. I mean, they're really easy to sign up for. So if you don't have a brokerage account, sign up for one. If you do have a brokerage account, honestly, look into some ETFs. The Vanguard Total World Index is a very good ETF. It's one of my favorites. It's not risk-free by any means, but it is heavily diversified, and you don't have to pay an arm and a leg to get that diversification. So if you want to start diversifying early, the VT is a good one. Michael Donaldson says Garza only wants subs who invest in Bitcoin. No, I don't. No, I don't, Michael Donaldson. Stop. Basketball doesn't do that to me. Look, basketball does different things to different people, man. Yeah, here's the thing. Robinhood's a brokerage account. I'm not going to... And look, I'm just going to tell you this. I do not endorse Vanguard Total World Index. I don't endorse it. I don't recommend it, per se. But I'm not a financial advisor. Talk to a financial advisor first. That's always my main go-to. But if you are looking for diversification, even though this is not financial advice, VT really is one of the most diversified equity ETFs out there. Talk to any financial advisor. They'll most likely tell you the same thing. But do your due diligence. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I want to make that very clear. I just love the VT. Sam, you know I'm not a financial advisor, bro. Stocks Family Farm says XRP. My boy TJ says XRP forever. Also gold and silver. Gold and silver are good. Gold and silver are good. I'm still not down for XRP, but I do hope that XRP goes up so my boy TJ can make a little extra moolah. The moolah. I sit and I pray. Daniel Baylor is asking, Garza, did you vote for Trump? Yes, I did vote for Trump, yes. I voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024. I do not. Michael Donaldson, that's BS. You know it, dude. That's BS. You know it. Yeah, I voted for Trump, man. And I will say, I'm going to vote J.D. Vance in 2028. Stocks Family Farm says if he makes money from XRP, he's going to use it to buy gold and silver. Well, that's honestly not a bad idea, man. Gold and silver are good, in my opinion, pretty damn good stores of value and inflation protectors. It's not a guarantee, but I would rather hold gold than dollars any day. Michael Donaldson says he's chewing loudly and very disgustingly for his 17 viewers. It's dinner time where I'm at for the most part. Yep. Donaldson says Trump 2028. My man, dude. My man. I would prefer Vance 2028 because I think by the time 2028 comes around, I feel like Trump is just going to be a little older and a little more tired. I just don't think he'll be able to handle it the same way. I'm very centrist at the end of the day. For the most part, I'm pretty centrist, but I lean pretty right. I would say that. I'm centrist, but I lean fairly right on most issues. Some issues, I'm a little liberal. I don't like to put too many labels on them. Look, I look at things really on a not on a case-by-case basis, but on a concept-by-concept basis. There's certain things I think that are wrong and right. And that's about it. Logan, I have no idea what I would recommend for hunting moose and gill netting. Zero clue. But if you are going to be fishing, definitely fish traps are a good thing. Yeah, I think at least make sure you have a bunch of fish traps and you'll be ready to roll, man. My boy TJ says I'm a 90s Democrat, so basically MAGA. Absolutely. You don't want to know what's on my face. I don't know. You don't want to know what's on my face. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Do it. Frosting. Dude, I love frosting, man. RND. RND Wooda. Sent flowers for 30 joules. Thank you so much for the flowers. Yum, yum. I appreciate the gift. Make sure you subscribe to RND Wooda. I appreciate it, my brony brother. Thank you. Blue Nose Pity says he's a hunter and a fisherman. Hell yeah. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, 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 dabba dee dabba die. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die. Woo! You guys, I may have to go to the bathroom here in a bit. Ugh. So I don't need any furniture. I keep it very minimalist around here, so I don't need any furniture or anything like that. I appreciate the offer though, man. But yeah, I usually typically say no to furniture for most people. Just because I only have my rolly chairs and I prefer it that way. Also, my place is not that big. I have a pretty decent sized place, but I like to have a lot of space, so I pretty much use my bed as a sofa. And this is more of a, I don't know. But no, I appreciate the offer though, TJ. I don't need any furniture though. But I honestly hope your dad ends up being okay, man. I really do, man. I hope he's doing all right. I know you last time you talked to me, he wasn't doing the greatest, but I hope whatever recovery he needs, man, I hope he's able to do it. Mr. Donaldson is saying it was the Taco Bell sauce causing the gastric distress. Yes. Sam, I'm not taking the camera into the bathroom. Michael Donaldson said that CD in the 90s. Yep. It's a good track, man. It's a hot track. So I got frosting on my face. Oh, hold on. I got to finish this real quick. Okay. All right, here we go. Whew. Hey, man, I'm glad I could help people understand the importance of taking a deuce. It's a hell of a face. Yeah, dude. Best workout ever, dude. I'm reading the comments, Mr. Donaldson. Yes, I see some of the comments. They're very beautiful. Thank you, Blue Nose Pity. I appreciate that fact. Song Jones says, "Hey, Jaquan DeMarcus Garza, I now award you with becoming an honor." Thank you, Song Jones. I greatly appreciate it, my brony brother. Oh, yeah.
Laugh out loud.
Gibby the Poozy Boss.
Oh, Doggy Dog just gave me a $5 super chat. My brony baloney brother, dude. Thank you. We're going to keep that up on the board. Thank you, 1-3, for the 100. Make sure you guys subscribe to 1-3 for sending me a 100 for 2 jewels. That's very sexy. Thank you, 1-3. You're so hot. You're so cute. You're so cute. Doggy Dog says, "Dibby that pussy." Oh, man. Thank you, Doggy Dog. You are my brony brother. Thank you. Thank you, Dog Eat Dog, for the hot super chat. Brad. I have a feeling that Dog Eat Dog is Brad. I feel like it's one of Brad's alt accounts. I think Brad Lacken's main account got banned. So I think that Brad Lacken might be Dog Eat Dog, is what I'm thinking. That was fun, man. Glad I could give you guys a good time. Appreciate it. My brony baloney brothers. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dog Eat Dog. Dog Eat Dog says he's evil Brad. Brad, and they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. I'll hold on for the wings of Brad Lacken. Watch as he calls me frickin' gay. Brad Lacken's watching us, watching. He's watching us, watching as we all fly away. Sam says, thanks, Garza, and thanks to your toilet as well. You're very welcome. I'm sorry I didn't bring the cam in there. I just don't do that. I ain't doing that, man. Dude, yeah, I feel so much better after getting out of the bathroom, straight up. After I'm done, when my cheeks have spread, Michael Donaldson says, now that Garza is back, I'm bored. Let's see. Have a good night, Mr. Donaldson. Love you, brother. You the man, dude. I appreciate you every time you come on here, bro. Skibbity toilets, baby. Doggy Dog said Garza's toilet has seen some shit. Probably, man. It's seen a lot. Well, it's that time of the night. We're not ending the stream, per se, but I may have to start wiping down. Now, if you guys want me to keep the blue on, give me a super chat or a virtual gift or quite a few. I'm about ready to use these. As we all fly away, yeah. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, though, and if you could, just hit the like button as well. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. It helps me grow, if you know what I mean. And, yeah. And they're watching us, watching. They're watching us as we all fly away. Yeah. All right. Last call. I'm going to wipe this off my face. If people give me good enough super chats or good enough gifts, I'll keep this on I'll keep the blue paint. I'll keep the blue frosting on my face. Sam, you want me to wipe? I'm giving you guys an opportunity to keep the face paint on. Big Man G said he wrote this message with his tip. Hell yeah, dude. What a beast. Know what a beast, still what a man. You gotta give while you can. Okay, I can wipe half. I ain't doing that face. And they're watching us. They're watching us as we all fly away. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? Um. Mm. Mm. Oh. So good. So good. Sour Patch, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Thank you, I am Chulo. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was eating some Sour Patch Kids for sure. So good. So I hear there's a lot of Gooners in the chat. I want to give a big shout out to all the Gooner Brony brothers out there. Oh, yeah. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, and more subscribers we have, the better. So make sure you hit the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Also, tap the like button as well. It really does help us grow. The more likes, the more subscribes, the more people I can annoy that I've never even met. So I appreciate all the assists. You guys are incredible. I'm not even... What the hell? Dog eat dog, man. What is your problem, boy? Should I give it all up? Naked and standing in the rain, and I'm just trying to hide my face. Should I give it all up? There was a time I had it great. Now I gotta live with my mistakes. Well, I give you all my love if you want it, 'cause you're the one I see in my dreams. I'm so lonely and scared, babe. I gotta know what you ever want me here. So, baby, please, come on. Could you hold my hand? 'Cause it's getting dark and I'm losing grip of my heart. Could you lift me up? 'Cause I'm breaking down and I need you here with me now. Well, Mike, I'm sorry you got school tomorrow, bro. What is happening? There's something happening here. There's something here that I just can't explain. I know I'm where I belong. Deep down inside, I am no longer lost. I won't let you go. So don't let go of me. I wanted something more. I wanted this right here. No one can ever follow. No one can ever know. Line up the spin, wind up the spinning clock and watch it go. Watch it go. Never gonna be easy, was it? You didn't think it'd be so much fun. Smile comes despite the danger. Get some, get some. There's something happening here. There's something here that I just can't explain. Oh. Am I awake? Thank you for the happy poop. Yum yum. Happy poop. Yum yum. Happy poop. Happy poop. Happy poop. Yum yum. Happy poop. Yum yum. Happy poop. Happy poop. Happy poop. Yum yum. Happy poop. Happy poop. Happy poop. Happy poop. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy, happy, happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. What are you talking about, my brony brother? Thank you, Am I Awake? I appreciate you, my brony brother, for the happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Thank you for the happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop. It's the greatest gift of all. It's my favorite gift, dude. The happy poop gift is my favorite gift on YouTube vertical lives. Straight up. It's the only product I need. It's the only product Zaddy needs for you. Make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to the channel. More subscribers we get, the better. Thank you for the sub and thank you for the like. Once again, hit that subscribe button right there. By the way, we're almost to 6,400 subscribers. Once again, we're almost to 6,400 subscribers. Currently, we're sitting pretty at 6,386 subs, and we're trying to get to that 6,400 marker. So if you guys can, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already, and like the stream. It does go a long way. I appreciate it, my brony brothers. It helps in so many ways. Thank you. One X sent a thumbs up for 10 joules. Thank you for the thumbs up, my brony brother. Thumbs up to you, my man. Thumbs up, man. Thumbs up to you, 1X. 1X. So basically 1 times 1 times 1 times 1 still equals mother frickin' 1, dude. Dude, my stream is awesome, dude. It's a full stream. Dude, I talk about investing principles. I'm talking about crypto being... First off, your crypto fear of missing out is making you broke. Your crypto FOMO is making you broke, my brony baloney brothers. I offer everything. No. I'm doing everything for you. I'm doing everything for you, true crime detectives. I'm doing everything. Am I Awake says, I smoke. He's gonna be. Yeah, it's a great. Look at my feed is great. You know that you love this show. Is why the algorithm understands that you want this show. The algorithm feels you. It wants you. Cause I need you and I want you crawling underneath my skin like the hunger, like the burning to find the place I've never been. Now I'm broken and I'm fading. I'm half the man I thought I would be. Crypto doesn't deserve to go up. Crypto is awful. And crypto deserves to crash, by the way. Cryptocurrencies are ridiculous. They're not worth anything. They're absolute trash. You know it. I know it. The American people know it. It's a Ponzi. Dude, cryptocurrencies are a Ponzi scheme, bro. My Gooner Brony brothers. Thank you, True Crimes Detective. I appreciate it. Woo! Who wants to talk about stocks, by the way? Look, overall, woo. Yeah, I'm going to take a shower here in a little bit, and then I'm going to probably lay down and read a book. Drew Glover says stocks are overvalued. I don't know about that. I do know about that. I mean, S&P 500 is pretty damn overvalued. The tech sector especially has been propped up a little too much. I do believe that the tech bubble, the tech AI bubble is real, but at the same time, you still want to be invested in technology companies. I do think that's where the money's at. I think that there's where the growth is at, is the tech sector. I think AI is still booming more and more every day. I'm one of those guys that I still believe that AI has a lot of good application. I think AI can be used accordingly, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I know there's a lot of pessimism surrounding AI. I get it, but I also don't agree with it. I understand people's pessimism. I don't agree with it, though. I understand how people could be. I want to thank all the members, by the way, all the people who've become members recently. It means a lot. It's really cool. I love seeing everybody, come back to the show. I still got to make more episodes of The Secret Show, though. I'm surprised. This is crazy. I can't believe they're moving the UFC fights to the White House. That's wild. Is that true? Chris, is that actually true? Because if that is, that's insane. I'm actually a little shocked if they pull that off, man. I'm on my phone, bro. I'm looking at my fantasy lineup, bro. I'm looking at my fantasy football lineup, yo. What is you thinking I do is, yo? What is you think that I do is? All y'all is hating. $2027, man. I can't believe it. UFC is real. I can't believe that's coming to the White House, man. Is it going to be a permanent thing? Or are they just going to do UFC fights consistently on the White House lawn? I mean, really? That's freaking wild, man. I'm not too sure what to think about that, except for interesting. Kind of dope. Thank you, everybody, for viewing, by the way. I love it. I can be your hero, baby. It's going to be on the South Lawn, really? Hell yeah. Thank you for this info, Chris. I am kind of curious. I can't wait to see what happens. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away. I can be your hero. I can kiss away the pain. And I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away. I can be your hero. First time I don't open, I'm broken. It's serious. Didn't I know? Whoa. She's taking what she wants, and she wants everything, and there she goes. Arx Wolf is asking, Michael, are you a singer? Yeah, this is how I do it, man. These are the songs that I sing. I can't talk about it, but I can sing about it. My triangle. I can't talk about it, but I can sing about it. I didn't fart. My brony brother. I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away. I can be your hero, and I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away. She's taking what she wants. She wants everything, and there she goes. There she goes. Oh, there she goes again. Knows how to turn it on. Yeah, but not for long. It's physical. Well, it don't mean a thing, and I know better than to think she's standing still. Just a thrill. Oh, there she goes again. I don't know why people are being so mean to me. I am the greatest homie G. I am the greatest homie G in the world. I'm not shy, man. What's up, my gooners? How many people are gooning tonight? How many people are killing it, man? How many people are gooning? Hey, dude, we're almost at 6,400 subscribers. 6,400. We're currently sitting pretty at 6,387 subs. So if you guys can, please hit the subscribe button. We're only 13 subscribers away from hitting that marker. So if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. It helps the channel grow. We talk about investing primarily. Right now, we talk mainly about in good investments, but we also like to talk about bad investments as well. I consider cryptocurrency in the field of bad investments. There's no real proof, from what I've been able to tell, that it has intrinsic value. I do believe that cryptocurrency in itself lacks intrinsic value, and whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Ethereum, it's all garbage. It's all garbage. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that cryptocurrency is crapto? Do you guys think it's cryptocurrency? How do you feel about it? Thank you, Remington from Alaska. I appreciate you, my brony brother. Like I said, every subscriber helps. We're almost to the 6,400 marker. I can't believe it. I love it. Brad. Where's Brad at, man? What's up with all the haters in the chat? Why are there so many haters? George Watts, are you hating? Why are you hating, bro? Thank you guys for subscribing, though. We're almost to the 6,400 marker. Well, crypto, by the way, crypto is crapto. It's a Ponzi scheme. All cryptocurrencies are BS. Every single cryptocurrency in my mind, not in my mind, but just based on reality, is garbage. It doesn't have any intrinsic value. It's gambling. And I don't like gambling. I think gambling is stupid. Cryptocurrency is gambling. It's not a real investment. There's nothing there. I can't measure what its actual value is. I mean, I can technically because there's nothing to measure. So the intrinsic value of cryptocurrency is zero. And anything with an intrinsic value of zero eventually goes to what? Zero. Simple as that. All right, I clip my nails. Clipping my nails right now, you guys. But yeah, no, I think working and getting direct deposit, that's fine. But, you got to find a way to... I think investing is a good thing. I think it's great that you work. I think it's great that you get dollars. But at a certain point, you got to invest, man. So make sure you at least have some sort of way to invest. Talk to a financial advisor if you can. And do the best you can, man. Investing is very simple. Nick Marsh says, hey, buddy, go back to bed, boy. I'm not going back to bed, bro. Ain't no way, man. I got streaming to do. I got to do a little bit of studying real quick. Hold on. I've been trying to do about 30 minutes of studying before bed. So give me a moment. So I figure I killed two birds with one stone on this, I guess. As the old saying goes. Yeah, cryptocurrency sucks, man. Crypto sucks.
Values.
All right, here we go. This is where I left off. I'm just doing a course on Python. I want to make sure I understand the ins and outs, so I figured I'd do a lecture. Well, watch a lecture. Since I don't have any formal books on Python, I was like, well, lecture should do. A lot of free information out there.
Objects that we can create of type int and float. But bool, there's only two. The truth values true or false. And the none type, there's only one, this none. Right? So that's the type. And these are the possible values, possible objects we can create. You try it. So you can just yell out the answers. There's nothing to type unless you want to check yourself. So what is the type of 1,234? Int. Type of 8.99, float, type of 9.0, float, type of true, bool, and type of false, bool. Perfect. If you ever wonder what the type of something is, you type it in here. Just, you guys are doing well. Type is bool. Type of lowercase t true is an error. Just wanted to point that out, just to reiterate the fact that capitalization matters in Python. This is our first error, by the way, guys. Very exciting. The error is a name error, and this is the message associated with it. You also know that it's something special in Python when you have color-coded stuff. So you see capital T true, capital F false are this dark blue here, right? Whereas anything that's not special in Python is just black. Right, so type is a special command, right? This is a float, so you see they're color-coded. Okay. So once we create objects, one thing we can do with these objects is to cast them to a different type. Now, this is a little bit maybe confusing because we're not actually changing the object once we've created it. So once we create the integer 3, it's there in memory. If we cast that integer to a float version of it, we're creating a new object in memory. We're not changing the 3. The 3 already exists. We're just getting the float version of it and storing it as a new object in memory. So when we do float 3, this is a command that gets for me the float version of the integer 3. Okay? So that will give me 3.0. So for example, right, this is what I had, float 3. Right, the output is 3.0.
Okay. That's right. This is, if we wanted to convert the type, if we wanted to convert, okay, so this, okay, because I somehow must have missed something. So she's talking about being able to convert the type of, I'm not explaining this very well, but like the, basically the data that's stored to memory to declare the type and figure out what type and give it a type. For instance, is it an integer type? Is it a float type, for example? And each of these types take up a certain amount of memory. So sometimes it matters. I mean, if you're being very strict about the program and how it uses memory, things like that. So that matters.
If I do int of 5.2, it truncates it, and it gives me the integer portion of this float. If I do int of 5.9, it still truncates it and gives me the integer version of this float. It doesn't round, right? I'm just asking for the integer version of this float. Some operations, like round, is an operation we can do.
Okay, so she's saying that if you use that function, like if I use the int function on something that's clearly a float-based number, so like int 5.5, and I put that in, the the output is actually, and it can still be 5. It's still gonna be fine. Now you 5. You could use the round function like she's about ready to use. It looks like. Let me see.
Has an implicit cast in it. So if I round 5.9, it's actually going to round it to 6.0 and then cast it to an integer. So notice it doesn't give me as an output 6.0.
Okay, that's
it then
cool.
rounds it to just 6.
Rounds it and then puts it in integer form. That's freaking cool.
So that's basically what I said in the example. So let's
think
have you try this.
If I remember, you could do something pretty similar in Java, I think. Michael Donaldson saying, "Holy shit, could you have picked something more boring to watch?" I love software development, and Python is one of those programming languages that's really convenient. And it's a pretty sought-after programming language. I figure, why not learn it? Learning the ins and outs of it. I don't think Python's going anywhere. If anything, it's the most popular programming language on the planet, so learning it gives me more of an advantage than anybody, so you might as well learn it.
What are the types of the following? I don't need the values, but the types. So if I get type of float of 123, what is the type of that? Float, yeah, exactly. Yep,
Yeah.
What if I round 7.9? What's the type of the result? Int, yep. What if I create a float of the round of 7.2? Yes, good. Float would be 7.0. And the int of 7.2? Int, yes, exactly. I want the type, not the value. And the int of 7.9 is an int. Exactly. Awesome. Good. Okay, so we've created a bunch of objects, right?
So those conversion functions are pretty important, especially if your program requires, and based on, like how you're doing memory allocation and stuff. So taking a floating point number and converting it to an integer can be very advantageous if the exact number doesn't really matter. So converting it from a float to an integer, that could be very handy because an integer takes up less memory, whereas a floating point does. In today's era of modern programming, you don't really have to, as far as I know, have to really care that much. Back in the day, you did. Now there's so much computer memory and processors are insane. So honestly, it's good to know these basics, though. I like having this as a refresher course. This is really nice.
Right? We know that we can create a bunch of objects in our programs. What do we do with them? Well, we can combine them into expressions. So let's say we have 3 plus 2. I've got object, operator, object. Cool, syntactically valid in Python and has no static semantic error. So if I do that in Python, it's going to be okay. 3 plus 2, 5. And the type of 3 plus 2 is an integer. Right? So basically what I've done here, I've put an expression within this type command.
By the way, I got to figure out what this chick is using. Spider Python. I might download that. Hold on. Spider Python. I think I will. Let's see. Because here's the thing. I use what do you call it? I'm drawing a total freaking blank. VS Code, Visual Studio Code. I like Visual Studio Code though. It's not that bad. But yeah, so the it's SPYDER. It's a Python integrated development environment that scientists and data analysts use. It's kind of nice actually. Let me see. It's designed by the community for the community. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've actually installed this yet. Have I? It's last time I checked, this should be a pretty good one. Give me a second, you guys. Give me 1 second, folks. I actually wanted to get a really... I've been trying to look for some good IDEs for Python, and I decided it would be best for me to, kind of take a look and see what's out there. Let's see. This might take a while to download, actually. Jeez. Let's see what we got here. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right, so I'm downloading Spider and PyCharm. So this will at least get me these will be the integrated development environments that I'll need to get on the right path. I think this will be good. This will actually be really, really good. Overall.
Command. And that's okay. Right? That's, in fact, encouraged in Python. You don't just want to calculate and then stick in. That would be very, very tedious. So you can insert expressions in many, many different places. Right? So here we have 3 plus 2, 5 divided by 3. Again, we've got, 5 divided by 3 has this decimal value, and the result has a float, is of type float. So the important thing to remember when we're doing expressions is Python reads the expression, but it does not store the expression in memory. Okay? What it does is it reads the expression.
I need to know that. One moment. Python reads the expression but does not store it in memory. Interesting. Okay, let's go.
Evaluates it to one single value, and then it stores the result value in memory. So it never stores the expression, it evaluates the expression and then stores the value. Okay? And
Stores
so
of
this is
value.
the syntax for an expression, object, operator, object, as we just saw. And that's really, and the idea I said before, right, where Python stores values of expressions, not the expressions themselves, is really, really important, right? So this is my first big idea slide. I decided to insert these because I think they kind of stress the importance of several concepts. So I hope this is one. So, we're taking expressions. They can be as complex as you'd like. We can use parentheses, a bunch of, doesn't just have to be object, operator, object. It can be more complex than that. But basically, however complex that expression is,
Thank you, Blue Nose Pity. I'll have to.
And we replace it with one value.
I'll have to check that.
And the expression can be something
I'll have
like
to look
this.
up
It doesn't
Total
just
War.
have to
That
be
sounds
something
cool.
That's
He
mathematical,
sounds like a
right?
cool
This was
guy.
a mathematical expression, but this is also an
Thank you, Blue
expression.
Nose Pity. You the man.
And it evaluates. So this entire thing evaluates to this word, this word, which represents the type integer. So here's some more examples. 3 plus 2, again. We've got these examples with the parentheses. 4 plus 2 times 6 minus 1 obviously gives us the number, 35. And then we can insert expressions wherever we'd like. So here I'm inserting that specific expression in the type command. And this is also an expression, like I just said, and its result is int. Okay? And similarly, we can also insert that expression here, and then we can wrap that around cast, and it gives us a float. Yes?
So when you're inserting expressions in type flow, or type includes the operator, or the SQL operators in?
When you're inserting what?
Oh, since you said there are expressions, and you said that you need like object, operator, object, and expression, the type and float to be the operators in this case.
Oh, I see.
So like, how are they defined?
Yeah, that's a good question.
By the way, if you guys are curious what the heck I'm watching, so this is from MIT Courseware. Once again, it's called MIT Open Courseware. Once again, it's called MIT Open Courseware. So MIT, the college, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, I believe. They're they're so good. Their professors are the best in class at what they're teaching. And I love these. Anytime I get an opportunity to listen to these lectures, I feel blessed. One, for the sense that I don't have to what's the term? I don't have to go to the college campus. I don't have to pay the tuition fees to do this. I get the knowledge that I need, and I'll apply the knowledge as needed. This is just so super cool, man. Maybe I found my calling. Maybe my calling was to be a Python developer and a YouTuber. I love doing YouTube, by the way. I feel like I always had a calling to be a media personality, and now I'm doing it. I am a media personality, baby, and I love it. It's so sexy. I'm having such a blast doing this, dude. It's fun to share with you guys these little things.
So in this particular case, the type and the float are not, there is no operator, I guess, in this particular case. It's more like a command that gives us an output, but there is still there is still an output that it gives us. So we can then take the result of this and save it somewhere else. Sorry, yeah. I guess the example I gave on the previous slide was just an example of an expression where we could use object, operator, object. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So when we have these, I guess it works for mathematical expressions. Mathematical expressions work left to right, just like in math. Parentheses can override certain precedents. If we have commands that have computations, then we have this command with the parentheses, and we evaluate what's inside the parentheses first. So we work our way in to out in that particular case. So here's some examples. Let's have you try these. So we can type these in our console. What are the values of the following expressions? So 13 minus 4 divided by 12 times 12. So we can try that. I don't know off the top of my head, so we'll have to type it in. 0.0625, okay? So the value of that expression is a float, right? 0.0625. What's the value of the expression type 4 times 3? Int, yep. What about the type of the expression 4.0 times 3? Yes, exactly. That's very good. So type of 4 times 3 is int, but 4.0 times 3 is a float. Good. And then what about int of a half, or of 1 over 2? Yeah, exactly. It's 0.
Give me a second, you guys. I just want to make sure I'm setting up Python correctly. One moment. Give me a second. Cool. All right, so I'm getting PyCharm set up, by the way. It's one of the best, supposedly one of the best Python integrated development environments out there. And I'm very proud to get that on here.
Yep. Because it's 0.5 and we truncate to 0. The reason I had this here is because it leads nicely into this slide. You don't have to memorize these rules. You can always check it out in the console. But there are some rules for the resulting types when we do operations. So when we do operations with numbers, addition, subtraction, and multiplication, always yield an integer if both of the operators are integers. If one is a float or both are floats, then it gives me a float. Division is different. No matter what types you divide, you'll always get a float.
Division will always
now, what
result in a
about
float.
this
Interesting.
// and this percent? These are actually useful operations. They kind of go hand in hand with division. So when I do 5 divided by 3, it's this, 1.667. // is basically a floor, or getting the integer portion of the division. So 5//3 gives me 1, right? It truncates the fraction. The percent gives me the remainder.
Yeah.
So 5% 3 gives me the remainder when I divide 5 by 3. So it's going to give.
Archer, the blue face is. I had the blue frosting on my face earlier, and well, I wiped it off basically.
Give it to me in a whole number, right? So that's going to be 2. because there's 2 left over when I divide 5 by 3. So these are pretty useful operations, the slash and the percent when we do sort of mathematical programs. The last thing is the star is how we denote power, exponentiation. Kind of different than you might be used to in math. So 2 to the power of 3, 8, right? 2 to the power of 3.0, 8.0. And the rules for integer division, percent, and exponentiation are just like addition, subtraction, multiplication. If one is a float, then the result will be a float as well. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and we talked about the type of output. So I think I briefly mentioned this. The operator precedence is exponentiation and then multiplication, division, percent, remainder at the next level, and then addition, subtraction at the bottom. But you can always override these using parentheses. Okay. Questions so far before we move on? Yes?
So why is division, why does it always result in a float? Like if you have like 9 by 3 and that's what you can do, that, why does it stay raised?
Yeah, so the question is, why does it always result in a float? If it didn't, I think it would, the operation itself would have to do extra work to figure out whether it's a whole
thank you
number
for
or
the
not.
jewels, the
So I think
100.
it's just
Thank you,
easier that
Numbro,
it
for the
gives us always a
100.
float. I guess. Previous versions of Python, the slash was actually, I think, integer division, which is super counterintuitive because you would use...
I want to thank Numbro, by the way, for the 100. Thank you for the gift, my brony brother. Yum, yum. So what's going on, Numbro? I'm basically watching an MIT OpenCourseWare lecture on Python. So I don't know Python very well. I know bits and pieces of it, but I never dived into its libraries or how powerful it is. And man, the more I look into Python, the more I'm like, damn, I don't think I wasted my time learning Java or C++. In fact, I learned a lot. But, you know, this is great, man. Learning this is incredible. I'm having a blast, basically. It's a good time.
Use that in your program, and then you would basically integer divide, and things would go wrong. But again, just a design choice on behalf of the programmers, yeah. Other questions so far? Okay. So we have a lot of objects, right? Objects have different types. Again, floats, integers, booleans. What can we do with them, right? So far, they're kind of just sitting in there, and we can get properties about them. But what we'd like to do is write programs, basically trying to automate some things about these objects, manipulate them to help us achieve, a more complicated and interesting program. So what we can do to get to that end is to start assigning names to some of these objects. Okay, if I create an object for pi, right, in my program to 20 decimal places somehow, and I have that number in my program, that float in my program, if I want to use that number in many different places in my program, I'd have to copy and paste it a whole bunch of times, right, so far, which is very tedious. Lots of errors will happen, right? I don't want to do that. So instead, what I can do is I can give a name to this ridiculously long value of pi called pi, right? And then
Tristan Allen, thank you for the laughing disco for 250 joules. I appreciate that, my brony brother. Hell yeah, dude. Tristan Allen giving the laughing disco for 250 joules, baby. Woo! That helps the channel out more than you realize. So thank you, Tristan, from the bottom of my heart. My brony brother. And the happy poop, yum yum, happy poop, yum yum, happy poop, happy poop. All right, so we're watching a MIT OpenCourseWare lecture on Python. It's a programming language I've been wanting to learn a little bit more deeply. So if you're, take some notes, maybe you guys might want to learn some Python too on your own time. But I figured I had to watch, I was going to watch these videos one way or another So I figured, well, why don't I just share the experience with my live audience, you know? I'm taking handwritten notes right here and having a good time. But happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Oh, why is everybody giving me the happy poop, yum, yum? All right, let's keep watching this tutorial. Or this lecture from MIT. Once again, it's called MIT OpenCourseWare. Make sure you guys subscribe to them. They're incredible. Free, open source lectures. I never really wanted to go to college because college costs money. I went to a semester of college, but this is incredible. I can be in the classroom, not have to pay for being in the classroom. I mean, these students probably had to pay. I didn't. I was cheap as shit.
I can just use this name anywhere I want to grab that ridiculously long value for pi in my program. It's a lot easier to read, right? It's a lot easier for me to write this program, and you know, it leads to a really nice and neat program. So what we can do is we can start saying that, you know, the float 0.001 will be referenced by the name small, or you know, the 100.4 will be referenced by the name temp. So what we want to do is create these things called variables. And a variable is different in computer science from a mathematical variable, or variables that you've known so far in math. So math variables come back to the idea of declarative knowledge, right? A declarative statement. You can have something like a plus b is equal to b minus 1 in math, right? Or x is equal to or x times x is equal to y, and that's perfectly okay, right? In math, we basically say that variable x represents all the square roots of y. That's not going to fly in computer science. In computer science, we don't have, right? We don't do declarative knowledge, we do imperative knowledge. And so what we're working with in computer science is a bunch of assignment statements. So what we can do in computer science is we're going to basically bind a value to a variable. So we're going to say this variable name is bound to this value. Every time I want to grab this value. So here's so we're going to say this variable.
Let me look at this real quick. Let's see. Yep. Interesting.
Assignment statements. So what we can do in computer science is we're going to basically bind a value.
Hey, have a good night, Tristan Allen. Thank you for those happy poops, man.
This variable name is bound to this
hey,
value.
get that sleep,
Every
brother.
time I want to grab this value, I'm going to invoke this variable name. So here are some examples. I've got
hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
The thing on the right hand
happy poop,
side,
yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum.
Has a value for. I've got here m is equal to 10, right? So m is a variable. Its value is 10. I've got f is equal to m times 9.98. So again, I have an expression on the right-hand side, and that's okay. I'm going to use the value of 10, so f's value will be 99.8. Yeah?
Can you put it so that, like for f, is it like this one value of m, or can you have it so like it's going to do whatever m assigned recently, or like?
Yeah, the question is, can you have m whatever it recently is? So in this particular case, I just have these two lines, and m will be whatever 10 is. But we'll see in a couple lectures that we can write like a loop where you change m, and then every time you change m, you immediately calculate f. And then it'll calculate f based on the new value of m. But if we just have these two lines, that's all there is. It just uses 10. Yeah, was there another question? Okay. So in computer science, variable, you have only one variable to the left of this equal sign, called the assignment operator, and you have a value to the right-hand side of the equal sign, the assignment operator. Okay? So one variable basically maps to or binds to one value. So the equal sign is an assignment statement. It's not equality. It's not a solve for X type of situation. It's just an assignment. It binds this name to this value.
Yep.
So the way that we figure out the name with the value is, well, if we have this assignment statement here, we first look at the right-hand side. So we always start with the right-hand side, and we evaluate it. Remember, we have an expression on the right. We have to evaluate it to one value.
Okay, expression on the right, evaluate on. Okay, so let's see. Hold on. The blood farters just gave NZ 99 cents. Hey, I appreciated the blood farter. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the 99, dude. Hell yeah. I mean, even though it's not like in the... Thank you, though, man. I appreciate that big time. Let's get it up, dude. The blood farter. My boy, dude. Thank you.
So this will be 3.14, whatever it is, 1.159. And then we take that value and bind it to the name pi. So anytime I type in pi in my program from now on, Python will automatically grab 3.14159 from memory. Right? So it's bound to that value now. Okay. There are some rules. Did I have them on the previous one? Yes. There are some rules to variable names. But we'll talk about that in a bit. For now, I want you to tell me if any of the following are allowed. If I do x is equal to 6, is that allowed in Python? Yes, it is. Good, because I have one variable name bound to one value, 6. What about 6 equals x? It's just backward. OK, good. 6 equals x is bad, syntax error. How about x times y equals 3 plus 4? Nope, exactly, because the thing on the left has an operator in it, and operators are special, right? So you can't have a variable with that star as a name. Mm-hmm. How about xy equals 3 plus 4? Allowed, yes, exactly. I was hoping to get you guys with that, but I didn't. Xy equals 3 plus 4 is OK. There was no error. And then I can invoke the name of the variable I just created simply by typing it in. So if I type in xy, it gives me 7. Right? And then I can do operations with it. Xy plus 1 is 8. Right? Yeah?
Before you were putting the strings with like apostrophes, so when do you do that?
So those are strings, right? Sequences of characters. Here, these are variables. So these are names that I am giving to as a variable. Yeah, that's a great question. So this is going to be a string, and you notice it changed color, right? It has some meaning in Python. But xy is a variable that I create. Yeah. OK. So why do we want to give names to variables? Because, as I showed you with the pi example, it's a lot easier to write readable code if you have variable names within your programs. So when you write programs, it's important to choose variable names wisely. You don't want to use just single letters. You don't want to name it something that doesn't have something to do with the program you're writing, because you're going to want to reread these programs sometime in the future, or others might want to read your programs sometime in the future. So here's an example of when you write programs, it's important to choose variable names wisely.
That's something I've never been very good at good formatting, even though all my projects that I make in any, my code's a little bit sloppy. Whenever I'm doing like C++ or Java products, like I said, my code's a little sloppy, especially my variable names. I think I could learn a thing or two from this course about proper naming of variables, because yeah, you do want the variable to be understood if you have to read the code a year later, or if somebody else does. You never know. You want to make sure the code base is understandable. You don't want it to be crazy. That's perfect though. Let's see. Code needs to read today, tomorrow, the next year by you and others. Stick to letters, underscores, and yeah, don't start with a number. That's understood. Underscores. Don't start with a number. Hopefully I can encourage you guys to start learning some Python. This stuff is pretty fun. Always, look, I'm a notes guy. If you're not a notes person, that's fine. But notebooks, notepads. Telling you, man, they come in handy. Handwriting your notes connects you in a way to what you're learning. So, Vinny, thank you for the good luck, bro. I appreciate it. This is interesting, though.
You don't want to use just single letters. You don't want to name it something that doesn't have something to do with the program you're writing, because you're going to want to reread these programs sometime in the future, or others might want to read your programs sometime in the future. So here's an example of a nice program. It's just basically 4 assignment statements that do some calculations. The first line of the program is not really a line. It's called a comment. You can have as many of these as you'd like. They start with a hash. It's a line that starts with a hash, and it's basically text that you write that helps you or others figure out what the code is supposed to do. And usually we comment sort of large chunks of code at a time, not line by line. Then we have these 4 assignment statements. So
I will say the one thing I do like about the Python programming language is just how loose the language is. It's not very strict in its typing. It's a line by line interpreted language. I will say that's one thing I like about it. It's kind of neat, man. I'm a fan of it. Give me a few seconds, though. I realized I didn't... I gotta clip my nails real fast, so... Before we continue the rest of this lesson... we only got like 10 more minutes of it left. I think once we're done with the Python lesson, though... I think I'm going to end the stream after that, but I figure it's like me doing this on the stream kind of forces me to hold myself accountable to you guys. Not only do I explain this to you guys from what I'm able to understand, it helps me understand it better, so it's kind of fun. Clipping my nails real quick. Yeah, Java's a good one to play around with, the blood farter. I agree with that. I'm a big fan of Java. I think it's great. C++ is fantastic as well. But yeah, I'm a big fan of C++ and Java. Those are my two main ones. But at the same time, I was like, Python's the most popular programming language in the world. Lots of projects are created with Python. I think I'm an idiot if I don't really get up with the times. As much as I love using C++, I gotta walk with the future at some point, man.
So here I'm defining variable named pi bound to the value here, so not the division, but 3.14159. Variable named radius bound to this float 2.2. And then I have a variable named area, which is bound to the result of this expression. Okay? So when Python sees my pi and my radius, it grabs them from memory, replaces them with the values, evaluates the expression.
Yep. Let's see. I'm actually making sure I write it out so I'm used to the syntax. It's funny, I actually learned how to program primarily through writing out code on paper, which is a unique way to do it. I actually remember things better when I write them out. So writing this out on paper, just getting used to the syntax, allows me to commit it to memory so I could write better code. And it helps me understand the concept a little deeper.
Expression, grabs that one value that we evaluated to, 15 point something, whatever this is, and binds the 15 point something to the name area. Same with circumference. Code style is something that we're actually going to look at in your problem sets, so I just wanted to quickly talk about that. Here is a program that has really bad style. Actually, that shouldn't be meh, it should be, terrible or something like that. But it's, in case you haven't noticed, it's the same program as on the previous slide. But if I gave you this program straight off the bat, you probably wouldn't know what it's doing. It's reusing 355 over 113 twice here. It's using just A and C as variable names. This description is do calculations. So pretty bad. This is a little bit better. I've recognized that 355 over 113 is being used twice, so I'm saving it as a variable. But my variables are still single characters, and my comments are pretty bad. I'm basically saying what the code is doing. Please don't do that. We can see that A equals P times R, right? I see that I'm multiplying P with R squared. I don't need to read that in English, right? What I would like to see is a comment like this. Here I'm commenting, a chunk of code, and someone who doesn't want to read this chunk of code just reads the comment, and I already know that I'm calculating the area and circumference using an approximation for pi.
That's a good comment right there. And the way the variable assignment's very clear what each variable represents. It's clear that, because they labeled the variables properly. Proper variable labeling absolutely matters in any programming language. It Doesn't matter what you're using, but this is perfect, man. This is an incredible lecture. Let's see. Calculate area and circumference of a circle. Yep. Summarizes what it's doing, summarizes the purpose of it. Wow.
That's a pretty nice comment there. And good descriptive names and all that. So we can actually, once we create an object, once we create an object and bind it to a variable, we can change the bindings. So we can take that variable name and bind it to a completely different value. This might not be sort of useful right now, but it will be useful when we introduce control flow in our programs.
She's going to rebind variables names using new assignment statements. Interesting.
So to rebind a variable, what that means is we're going to take the name, we're going to lose the binding to the previous value, and we're going to rebind it to a new value. So I'm going to show you how this looks like in memory. I'm going to use this sort of cloud picture to represent what happens behind the scenes whenever we write programs, and it's like a little animation to help you understand line by line what's going on. So here we have pi equals 3.14. So the green 3.14 is my value in memory. Cloud is memory. That's my value in memory. And it's bound to this name pi. So this is my variable name. The next line, radius equals 2.2, same thing. I've got 2.2 as my value in memory, my object, and radius is the name for that object. Area equals pi times radius squared. So what happens behind the scenes is it calculates this value, right? It doesn't store the expression. It stores the value resulting from the calculation, and then it saves it or binds it to the name area.
Okay.
Okay, everything okay so far? We've seen this code before. Cool. So now what happens when we do this? Radius equals radius plus 1. In math, that would say 0 equals 1. But we're not in math here, right? We're in computer science, and this is perfectly valid. We're following the rule, right, when we have an assignment that says, look at the right-hand side first and evaluate it, and then bind it to the left-hand side. So if we look at the right-hand side first, right, we see radius. Well, what's the value? 2.2. We see add 1 to it, 3.2. Save that in memory, and then we see the assignment. Now save it with the name radius. Okay, so we can only have one variable assigned to one value at a time, right? This is not math, this is computer science. So you can only have radius point to one thing at a time. With this line of code, radius equals radius plus 1, we've lost the binding to 2.2, this object in memory, and we've rebound it to the value 3.2. Okay. And that's perfectly fine. 2.2 is now just sitting in memory. We can't get back to it unless we say maybe radius equals 2.2. It just sits in memory and then might be collected later on by, or reclaimed by garbage collection or something like that. But for now, we can't get back to it. Now, what's the value for area at the end of these lines? Well, according to this, it's 15.1976. So it's using the old 2.2 value for radius. And that's okay, because the program never had a line that said recalculate area after we changed the radius, right? It's just following, line by line, right? It doesn't know that, hey, if I change the radius, the user might want the area changed, right? It doesn't make those connections. It's just following instructions. And that's okay. If we wanted to change the area, we would have to copy this line and paste it after we've changed the radius. And then the area would change as well. Okay. Does that make sense? That's kind of an important part of this lecture. Okay, cool. So big idea here is our lines are evaluated one after the other. We're not skipping. We're not repeating things. That's something we're going to learn about later. But for now, line by line. So here's a little you try it. These three lines are executed in order. What are the values for meters and feet?
Rip City, baby. Hell yeah, dude. What up, my brony brother? Hell yeah, dude. Go Blazers, dude. Tiago Splitter, Coach of the Year. That's all I got to say. Tiago Splitter, Coach of the Year. I don't even care what the Blazers' record is at the end of the year. I think Tiago is an absolute upgrade as a coach. Incredible coach, dude. Tiago, straight up. In Tiago, we trust. That's all I got to say.
Variables at each line. So how about at the first line? What's the value for meters after we execute the first line? 100. What about feet? So feet at the end of the first line, there is no value for feet yet. How about after the second line? 328.8, right? How about the value for meters? 100 still. And what about after the third line? I'm changing meters to 200. Exactly, yeah. Meters is 200, but feet is still 328.08. And this is something I want to show you guys today, and we're going to use this Python tutor a lot more in the future. Python tutor is a nice website that allows you to step through your code, step by step. So at each line that you execute, you get to see the values of all the variables in the code. A very useful debugging tool. I hope you'll try it out today and on Monday maybe for the finger exercises if you're having trouble. And you can use it for quizzes to help you debug. But I can just show you. It's pretty simple here because it's just a step-by-step. So we step through. So the red says the line I'm going to execute.
Let's go check something real quick, you guys. Hold on. By the way, we need a few more subscribers. We're almost to 6,400 subscribers, by the way. So we're currently sitting pretty at 6,388 subs. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button, tap the like button as well. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. So I appreciate it big time, man. Thank you, guys.
Green is the line I just executed. So I just executed meters 100. So here I have my meters variable with the value 100. Step through next. So I just executed feet equals this. So I now have a variable named feet with a value 328.08. Meters still 100. And then meters 200, feet remained 328.08. So obviously this is a pretty simple program to run the Python tutor on, but you can imagine using it in more complex settings. How about one more? And this is my last example. I want you to try to write a program that swaps the values of x and y. So originally, and I'll draw the memory diagram real quick. So we have, this is our memory, we have x is bound to 1, y is bound to 2. And what I want to do, without saying x equals 2, y equals 1, what I want to do is swap the values. I want x to be associated with 2 and y to be associated with 1, but only using commands like this, right? And so the code here is buggy. That means it's wrong. It has an error in it. Because, well, let's step through a little bit at a time. Y equals x. What do I do when y equals x here?
Because then that'll
yeah, exactly. Y is
go back to
going to
1
move from 2 to 1. Now what happens when I do x equals y?
It's going to be 1.
Yes, x stays the same.
Yeah.
My
so they
first
both
line,
then
y
become
equals
1.
x, lost the binding to 2.
Okay.
Right? And
Yeah.
now it's all messed up because I can't get it back. So instead, if you didn't understand this, you can click Python tutor and just kind of step through step by step on your own. But how can we fix this? Create a third variable. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, we can create a third variable. So x is 1, y is 1, y is 2. So we can create a third variable. What do you want to make the variable equal to? X or y? Yeah, either one. I made it y, so let's do y. So here I've got a temporary variable called temp, and I made it equal to 2. And now what can I do? Which one can I reassign now? X equals y or y equals x? Exactly. Y equals, if I do x equals y, I lose my binding to 1, and I messed up again. So y equals x is okay to do. So I'm going to lose the binding from y, from 2, and bind it up to 1. And now what do I do? Yeah, now I can safely reassign x to temp, right? So I can say x is equal to temp because temp points to 2, and I want to make x point to 2 as well. So in terms of code, so that's sort of the diagram, but we can write the code. So you don't, let's see, we don't write it in here, but on your own, or you can write it in here if you'd like, or we can do it together. So x equals 1, y equals 2, right? And then we can have, we had temp. We wanted to assign it to whatever y was, right? So we say temp is equal to y. And if you want to check the values of the variables, you can just invoke the names, right? So x is 1, y is 2, and temp should be whatever y is, 2. Okay, good so far. So now I'm at the step here, I think, right? I've just created this. Mm-hmm. And then the last thing I need to do is lose the binding from x to whatever temp is, right? So I want to do this operation here, which means I want to assign x to be equal to temp.
All right.
Right? So now x is 2, y is what? What did I do? Yeah. So this happens sometimes. We can just start all over, right? So y equals temp, or sorry, temp equals y. Y equals x. Y is 1, x is 1, and then x equals temp. Y is 1, x is 2. Okay. So it's okay if things go wrong. They will go wrong. We can just start all over in this particular case by redefining our variables and just trying it out all over again. So that's kind of what the shell is for. That's what I use it for. That's what we're going to use it for in the future, just to do quick things like this, and also things like checking the types and other commands we've done earlier. Okay, so any questions before we do the summary? Was this all right pace, or was it too fast, or it's okay? Okay, good. Thumbs up is good. So let's do a quick summary. We saw that we can create programs by...
We're doing a quick summary here. Sorry, I was really lost in doing some of the notes. Trying to, make sure I understand everything. It's pretty cool, though. This is a pretty good lecture overall. Make sure you guys subscribe to our channel, the Michael Garza Show. Hit the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. We're trying to grow as much as we can. Let's just watch the rest of this real quick.
Manipulating objects. We created objects in Python, and we saw that objects have a particular type. The type that the object has tells Python the things that you can do with that object, right? We can combine objects in expressions, and these expressions evaluate or boil down to one particular value. Objects or values can be stored in variables, and these variables allow us to access these values with nicer names later on in our program, and then we're able to write neater, more legible programs as well. Right, so the equal sign, I showed you a couple of differences between math and computer science. The equal sign was one notable difference, right? The equal sign in math is declarative, and the equal sign in computer science is an assignment. You're basically saying this is associated with this, right? And we're not doing any sort of equality in computer science. And yes, computers do what you tell them to do. That's kind of the big thing here, right? Line by line, it executes starting from the top, goes line by line. So far, we haven't seen any places where the computer makes a decision. But next lecture, we will see how we can insert decision points in our programs for the computer to either execute one set of code or another set of code. All right. So that's the end of today's lecture. Thank you all for joining. I will see you on Monday.
Cool. That was pretty neat, man. It's neat to be able to go over through that code a little bit. I mean, not the code, but the those videos. Pretty fun. I dig it. But yeah, I figured I would go over that with you guys, you know, because I don't know, it's fun. It's fun. I really do enjoy. I'm going to be going over more of those courses in private, obviously, but I figured I'd show you guys part of part one and what I was, you know, analyzing and doing. So, hope you all enjoyed yourself, though, yourselves, and I'm a little bit tired at the moment, so I'm going to go lay down. I'm going to take a shower, then I'm going to go right to bed. I'll catch you all later, and thank you guys for the for all the virtual gifts. It really means a lot to me. It keeps the show going. It keeps the show rolling. So everybody's kicking butt. I appreciate y'all. If you guys want to throw any last-minute super chats, I appreciate those. But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep streaming, keep creaming. I just love doing this show. I love talking to you guys and having a good time with everybody, and it just means a lot. Have a good night, everybody.